Oh dang. I gotta go change that setting. Look at me. Look at me, I have to go change the setting. Give me a second, yo. Alright. That should be good. Alright, what she said? Because you won't let me go. Alright. Good. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It is G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Goshesky Experience. This is going to be episode 834, Munch. I might have titled an episode Munch before. I don't even know. You know what I mean? 834 of these things, like, it might happen. But either way, what are we doing? Let's just go ahead and pick up where we left off. You know, I got some concept art to work on, right? Hey, I never got around to finishing since the last time we were here, and then some more HIDEO editing to work on. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know how much I'm gonna be drawing tonight, just because I know I'm working on a whole lot of like kind of shorter videos here, so the render times are gonna be a lot shorter. So who knows? I'll be lucky to finish that one drawing. It'll be the longest lasting piece of concept art. Just one piece of concept art over the course of 3 streams. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Like, I don't even know. Is everybody's holidays over? Like everybody's holidays? Like all the ones? Like not just Christmas, but like all the ones? Like I imagine probably some people over in Europe and them. They, you know what I mean? They're probably still on holiday. Just because they call their vacations holiday. They're like, we're still on holiday over here. Like, however they, you know what I mean? However they would say it. However they say that. Hello, I'm on holiday. Like, Jolly-o, we are still on holiday. Like however they would say it. I don't know how they would say it. But they would say it some sort of way. They would say it some type of way. So I know they're probably still on holiday regardless of what holidays they celebrate. Just because it's in between holiday and New Year's. And I'm sure a lot of them, if they're like, if they're watching, they could probably afford like the holiday and then the second holiday. But like, I don't even know, like, is everybody holiday? I hope everybody's holiday went well. You know, mine was just filled with text messages and phone calls. And then when I came back to streaming, I was like, oh man, I still owe the patrons a joint this week. So, you know what I mean? I did my Patreon live stream. Oh, you know what? That one. Here we go. Yo, I'm loving the Patreon streams so much. The Patreon streams have been so good to me, you know, because I get things done and out the way. And I get them done in such a, like, chill fashion. And I get to talk about things there that I don't talk about. Like for anybody who's not a commissioner. You know, like in regards to everything that I'm working on. There we go. Yeah, so this is probably gonna end up being something like a something like a 30-minute video. So it's gonna take like no time. No time at all. Oh man. Yo, that British is rubbing off, huh? No time at all. Oh, dang. What? You blinking and winking on me? How dare you? Oh. Oh. Oh, we back. Look at you. Look at you coming back. All I had to do was crack my neck. Man, this light loves leaving a glare on my screen. Hold on. Yeah, so I've still been reading. I don't know. You gotta follow me on all my socials. Put up a post. Yo, I learned the craziest thing. I learned that Transformers did a bunch of crossover stuff, which isn't too crazy because we all seen like everybody rip off the Transformers, right? Everybody had a Transformer, this and that. But I didn't know that so many of them were like official. Like anytime you ever see it, like I don't know, a McDonald's toy, and it's like a Transformers, you know, McDonald thing kind of going on. Like I always tended to think like, dang, they just ripped off Transformers like that. And then it, you know what I mean? Like it turns out like, nah, it's legit. It is indeed that sticky icky. And I found out that Transformers did a crossover with Street Fighter 2. I couldn't believe it. I had to look it up. You know what I mean? I had to look it up. And sure enough, who's the baddest? Transformer? It was so crazy to me because they had apparently they did like four Transformers: Ryu, Ken, Bison, and Chun-Li, or Dictator and Chun-Li. Shout out to my last stream talking about Dictator all the whole time. Yo, go check out my last stream and then continue watching this one. I know you're on the VOD anyways, so it's not like you catching me live. Go watch the last stream if you missed it. Talked about Dictator. Well, I talked about Street Fighter in general, but you know what I mean. There we go. But yeah, I know when I looked it up, they gave me the international answer because they said they did a toy for Bison and Vega, and I was like, why would they just randomly give Vega a transform? I was like, oh, wait a second, that's right. That's right. They call Dictator Vega over there. Always throws me off. It's so jarring. But yeah. How cool is that? They turn Ryu into Optimus Prime. They turn Ken into, I think it was like Hot Rod or something. And then, naturally, they turned Chun-Li into RC. Which kind of threw me off, because I was like, I thought RC was supposed to be a motorcycle. But she was just like some awesome car. And then they made Megatron Dictator, naturally. But the thing that threw me off was I was looking at the Transformer version, like the humanoid version of Chun-Li Transformer. And I was like, dang, she still got them thighs, yo. Like that's got to be in Chun-Li's contract. Like Chun-Li got to have that contract of like no matter where she goes, you got to make sure. Like even if she's a robot, she's gonna have regular drumstick thighs. Like she gonna have that natural gia. Every time. And then Ryu, Ken, and Bison, they got them like rectangular legs. You know what I mean? Like they had like regular Transformer legs. You know what I mean? Like the rest of them, they look like they doing the robot. You know, and Chun-Li out there she just looked like Chun-Li, but like a robot from the waist up, but from the waist down it was like, nah, that's just Chun-Li. Like it was the craziest thing. I liked it. Then you see the car version. I was like, how they made those legs work in the car version when she transforms back into a car, which threw me off because I was like, I thought she was supposed to be a motorcycle. You know what I mean? Maybe that's something I draw someday. You know what I mean? Give Chun-Li the proper RC Transformer thing. Maybe that's something I could do. Is if I can find like a decent RC Transformer art from the Bay movies. So I know she was in one of them at least. I think they turned her into like a unicycle or something. You know, looking like Gizmo Duck. Yo, shout out to RC. But yeah, I just thought that was funny. Cause, you know, the other three toys, Ken, Ryu, and Dictator, they were just boxed up. They were just boxed up. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, Chun-Li stayed looking fine. Capcom said, you are not gonna do that to Chun-Li. Like, could you imagine if they actually had to turn Chun-Li's legs into something like robotic? You know what I mean? Into like doing the robot. If they had to turn those legs, she would just be. It would just be two boxes down there. You know what I mean? There would be like a robot upper torso, and then below it would just be just two giant rectangles. You know? So like, nah, you're not gonna do that. But yeah, that was so cool. That's so cool. It had me thinking because it was interesting to find out like all the crossovers that that Transformers have had over time. You know, Hasbro and them, like like because I celebrate crossovers, and I've been on here talking about one of my favorite comics being the Transformers crossover with G.I. Joe, because Jay Lee did the art, and it was Jay Lee's art that inspired me. Well, it didn't inspire me. It was Jay Lee's art that made me feel like I could draw robots, cause I can't draw robots. Like you know what I mean? Artists be like, yo, I could draw this, and you know what I mean, but I can't draw that. Like same thing with me. Same thing with me. Like I could draw this, but I can't draw that. And robots is just one of them things that I cannot draw. But then when I saw Jay Lee's Transformers, and it wasn't even because they were bad that he couldn't draw, it was because he drew them so well. But they didn't look anything like the toys. You know, they kind of, it was so odd, because they still had like the polygonal shapes, but they had a little bit more of a natural like shape to them. You know what I mean? It was like the way that the polygons fit together, and just the way that his art style is very shade heavy. You know, there's so much shading, a lot of heavy shadows in his art. So you know what I mean, like the when in doubt, black it out type of method, like really showed. I've been on here and I showed it off before. I don't necessarily want to like grab it and show it off right now and get distracted. You know what I mean? But like speaking of Christmas and gifts and Transformers crossovers and stuff like that, not this year but last year, a friend gifted me a crossover, a Street Fighter crossover, not a Transformers crossover thing. But while we're on the subject of crossovers, a friend of mine gifted me a Street Fighter crossover comic, and it was interesting because seeing all the Transformers stuff, crossovers that they did, and seeing that they did like a Street Fighter one. Now that I'm thinking about Street Fighter crossovers and stuff. Oh dang. He gifted me this Street Fighter crossover with the Ninja Turtles of all things. One of my, you know what I mean? Like, yo, don't give me two baddies in a single room. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need two per. So, like stuff like that is interesting to me. So I was thinking about Street Fighter crossovers, Transformers crossovers today, and all that good stuff, right? And then I'm remembering, because Christmas just hit, right? So I'm thinking about the gift that I got, I believe it was last year, and I was just, it was crazy because I didn't even think about like a Transformers vs Street Fighter video game. Like, that didn't even cross my mind. Or even like a Transformers with Street Fighter like crossover. like my mind would tend to do. Because why not think about something awesome? But I started thinking about the Street Fighter Turtle crossover, and then I remembered that the Ninja Turtles had like a fighting video game, and I was like, yo, Street Fighter Ninja Turtles crossover can absolutely happen. You know, with everyone, I shouldn't say everyone talking about, but you know what I mean, the subject matter of like what's going to be the next crossover game, and Capcom being one of the most crossover fighting video games ever. I know with the recent release of Street Fighter 6 and you know, recent in quotes, you know what I mean, Street Fighter 6 and King of Fighters, what is it, 16 or something like that? The latest one, like with the recent release of those, and I think they have done some crossovers. Like Mark of the Wolves has a couple of Street Fighter characters in it. Street Fighter has a couple of SNK characters in it, and SNK or King of Fighters might even have a couple Street Fighters in it. I'm you know what I mean, don't hold me. But those are like a couple of characters, not that I'm complaining. But you know, when people talk about crossovers, you know what I mean, they talk about like the crossover. You know what I mean? Like get crossed off, get crossed up, and break your ankle style. So earlier today, it just kind of like a flash in the pan, just kind of crossed my mind, like, oh yeah, you could totally do like a Street Fighter Cross TMNT, because TMNT has like fighting video games, and I'm not even talking like recently, like some of the old ones. I wouldn't know about recent, like I know they've done a lot of beat 'em ups, a lot of more like, I don't know, Gauntlet style video games, maybe side-scroller beat 'em ups. You know, classic Turtle stuff is always cool. Like, I love it. I know that they had the what was it, Marvel Cosmic Invasion? What was that? Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That was developed by the same people that did the Ninja Turtles game recently. You know what I mean? So all of it's there as far as like having Marvel having crossed over with Street Fighter in the comic books. Street Fighter's crossed over with Ninja Turtles, and you know, developers working on Marvel stuff and working on Ninja Turtle stuff. You know what I mean? It could only be a matter of time. Oh, and also Street Fighter 6 had the before I forget to mention, the Ninja Turtle skins that I never really I don't know, I didn't see anybody that got them. Like, I'm sure people did, but you know what I mean? I heard the stories about, like, you know, price, cost, whatever, you know, the premium stuff. And something that's kind of cool about the Ninja Turtles getting that premium treatment is that, one, a crossover could absolutely happen. You know, like Street Fighter has enough characters, especially new characters, like with the past like Street Fighter 4, 5, and 6, like all the new characters in those games. Even if you want to include like 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just because I don't even know how many new characters popped up in 4. So if you want to say like between 3, 5, and 6, which includes Street Fighter 4 characters for the most part. With Street Fighter's roster there, And the amount of characters with Ninja Turtles, like, being mad popular, like, don't they have like a 2D cartoon that picks up where the last movie left off, the 3D animated movie? I own it, the one with Ice Cube. Ice Cube played Superfly. Dog, how good is that? When Buddy pulls up with the boombox and they're just like, yeah. Like, the movie is what it is. I own it. You know what I mean? So, like, don't judge me. You know what I mean? I wish I could like watch movies and kind of commentate over them. That would definitely be one that I would love to do. Not even for any particular reason outside of just like I love Ninja Turtles that much, you know. But yeah, just like a flash in the pan. Earlier today, I was sitting there thinking like, dang, you could do a Street Fighter Ninja Turtle game, and I was like, why haven't I heard anybody talk about that? Like Street Fighter 6 had the Ninja Turtle skins, and nobody couldn't talk about anything but the price. You know what I mean? Like, everybody said, what's the price? And Capcom and Ninja Turtles together, they harmonized and they said, priceless, priceless. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how Capcom and TMNT came together like that, harmonizing. And there we go. Oh dang, that's it? That's wild. So yeah, that might be something I kind of want to have a little bit of fun with. You know, I watched this one guy on YouTube, and he likes to put together rosters. Not rastas, rosters. He likes to put together rosters on like, you know what I mean, just video games he'd like to see. You know what I mean, just for funsies. And, you know what I mean, he picks interesting video games, and then he picks interesting characters, things that I would never know anything about. Like, he did one recently that was about, like, the Godzilla universe and having, like, you know, big monsters fighting. I was like, dang, man, where's all that stuff at? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many good game ideas, and some of them get good execution, but then it's like, for whatever reason, they're not available, and then there's so many games that get bad execution, but they're available for everyone. It's like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? It's like, don't have good, what do you call that? Like don't have good publishing and with a bad product, and have bad publishing with a good product. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? But yeah, I watch a channel that like covers rosters, and I know recently, was it even in this book? I think it was in this book. Yeah, so here's some of it. Here's some of the work I did, where I was talking about Street Fighter characters that could be. Sorry about the lighting. It puts a glare on my screen, so I kind of lowered it. But like I did like a make my own roster of Street Fighter characters that could be put into a Mortal Kombat video game. And without naming any Mortal Kombat characters, because I was like, we don't need to do that. I was like, let's go ahead and just pick, you know, whatever roster that I think. And then I kind of created it I'd love to revisit these pages and like finish rendering them. But yeah, that might be something that I might want to do, just because I never hear anybody talking about it, which is actually kind of wild now that I think about it, because of the crossover that they had, and even in recent years, uh, I really liked the Turtles representation in Injustice 2, whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever that game is, where, I don't know, the DC superheroes fight, and then the Turtles, like, were in there. Like, the way that the Turtles looked, and I'm sure that they, like, played cool and all that other stuff. The fact that all four of them were available, like the whole thing was so cool. So thinking about, like, I don't even know how many fighters Ninja Turtles have been in. Like, I know they've been in plenty of side-scrollers and Gauntlet, Dungeons, whatever type games. But as far as fighters go, like, there's maybe like one or two that I could think of. And, but yeah, one of them, I think, has enough of a roster that you could pick from. And then with all the recent uptick in Turtle popularity in recent years, like, I'm sure there's so many more characters, you know what I mean? And then there's the classics that I don't think we've ever seen in a fighting game, like Yojimbo, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many, like that might be something I might want to do, because I mean, how many Street Fighter characters did I pick here? There's like 24 of them. 25. Yeah. So I was like, Seth is a robot. You can go ahead and put Seth in a Mortal Kombat as well. You know what I mean? Mortal Kombat allies Seth. You know what I mean? No one's gonna freak out over a robot getting fatalitied. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that might be something I may want to do if I ever, like, think about it or have the time. Just because, but I may not. Just because it's a little bit more loose. Like, having to think about Street Fighter characters that we don't care about getting fatalitized, like, or that I feel like, you know what I mean, nobody would ever care about getting fatalitized. Like, it's like, okay, that's pretty simple for me to come up with a list like that. It was a list that was more like, I don't even know if there's enough characters. And then I kind of did the math and looked over all the games. I was like, oh, okay, there is. So I was able to put that together for y'all. You know what I mean? But something like a Street Fighter Cross TMNT fighting video game. Like, I don't know what the rules would be in a game like that, as far as like how to pick a roster without just being like all the characters, every single one of them is gonna have 100 character roster. I mean, that's an option, I suppose. Like, as long as there's like something of an equal amount from both sides, from both properties, you know what I mean? But then when you think about it, like, Street Fighter has what, 50 characters in it, give or take, and TMNT has about 50 characters in it that people can think about easy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to sit here and have to draw 100 characters. As cool as that sounds, like, having to do the research and then the time to draw. Like, I never even got around to rendering these things. I would love to do that. Give these Street Fighter characters a Mortal Kombat finish, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to do that. But yeah. So what do we got? 40-minute video? I feel like that's gonna take like 2 seconds to render. Let's see. Okay. So let that run. Let's go ahead and pick this back up. Dang. I put that marker away, didn't I? I don't know which marker I was using. I hope it was this one. So yeah. Oh, you want to talk about getting driven crazy? Yo, how crazy do you think I was driving myself when I'm, you know what I mean, rewatching my old stream, and I'm talking about Dictator the whole time, and I'm talking about Akuma the whole time, and then I didn't even put Akuma's beads on Buddy. Man, you know what I mean? The whole time I was just sitting, I was like, you put the arms, you put the arm ropes, you put the belt ropes, you put the red glow, you put the purple Hadouken punch power up in the palm of his hand. You know what I mean? That color, you know, gave him the purple gi, gave him the orange hair. Man, I was like, wait, where the beads? I was like, oh no. I had to draw my eye. Yeah, that thought never let me go. So yeah. So who knows? You know what I mean? It was just a flash in a pan thought, and it probably didn't linger too long just because the I was like, without even having to think about it, my brain was just like, the roster would be like crazy to actually have to think about. You know what I mean? So that might be the reason why. But I like it. But I like the thought. You know what I mean? And even the thought of drawing characters, TMNT's characters' designs. You know what I mean? Like, even that sounds like fun to me. You know, potentially stages, you know, like that sounds like fun to me. Just because some of the stages in those old TMNT fighting games, you know what I mean? They look out there. Kind of like some of the old Marvel games, you know? How some of the stages were just like out there. There we go. I think that would be cool. You know what I mean? Just because of how left field a game like that would be. You know, it's not the first thing that people would think about, but the second that people kind of think about it, they're like, oh yeah, I guess everything kind of aligns there. And it's a neat idea, you know what I mean? Like it would be a crossover, it'd be one that nobody expects, so there's like results that are gonna be unexpected, you know what I mean? And yeah, where, you know what I mean, like if we did a like a full on SNK Street Fighter crossover, it's like we already have several games like that. We kind of know what that would look like. Not that it would be bad or look bad or anything like that, but it's like you know what I mean. We got a handful of those. We don't have not a one Street Fighter crossover with TMNT. But they clearly like have worked together, so it's like there's opportunity for that. I guess like considering I'm the only person I know that is like thought about that, might be part of the reason. So you know, there we go. Next video. Get ready for the next video. Hey. Oh yeah, I don't think this one's gonna be too different now that I think about it. Wait. What? What are we doing? Nah, get out of here. That ain't cool. Come on. Yeah, you. Yeah, this one might not be one. Yeah, there's nothing I could do about this one. This one's just all talking. There is nothing to cut out. I'm gonna end up dropping this one into G Mr. Reeds. Into my G Mr. Reeds playlist. Look at me stare at pictures and point at them. Okay. So then this one. You know, the only thing that partially kind of gets in the way of a Street Fighter TMNT crossover fighting game is like, I think that a lot of but not all, that's why this is a little bit interesting. A lot of the characters have weapons, you know, and not a lot of them fight hand to hand. Like, that's one of the more unfortunate things about the Ninja Turtles. It's not that you can't separate them from their weapons, but they're pretty synonymous with their weapons. You know what I mean? So if you were to alleviate even just the, you know what I mean, the four turtles, the main characters, of their weapons, it's not impossible to imagine that they would have hand-to-hand combat capabilities. And it would be interesting to see like 4 different interpretations. Kind of, you know, is a lot like Shotos. You know, you have Ryu, Ken, Akuma, Goken, Dan, Sakura, what basketball buddy, what's his name? You know, like, there's a lot. Oni. There's a lot of them. And they all Shoto differently. So same thing would happen with the turtles. But then it's like, man, you almost never see them like operating without their weapons. So that would kind of be the only thing. Is like, I don't know if there would be enough. I don't know if that's enough of an excuse to not have it. Like, not have it happen. But that's like one that I could think of. Because then again, like, not a lot of Street Fighter characters like fight with weapons. So like, maybe that would be the limiter. But like the main Street Fighter roster, a lot of them don't fight with weapons. So I don't know if that would like be the opportunity for a Street Fighter character, kind of like, yeah, see, like that might be part of the reason why it never happened. Because then you would have to either have like some of the turtle characters without weapons, or predominantly without weapons. Like maybe just have them break out with like like an install type setting, you know what I mean, in a super type setting, where like, you know, Injustice, Mortal Kombat, like those characters have a lot of weapons. I remember the first time I saw Mortal Kombat with weapons, I was like, dang, they got weapons now? Like I saw Sub-Zero with like an ice axe. I was like, I was like, that's not Sub-Zero. You know what I mean? It's that meme with the lady that's crying and pointing, and the cat with the pole pat. Like, I was like, that's not Sub-Zero. You know what I mean? I cried that day. I cried the day Mortal Kombat gave their combatants weapons. But I was like, you know what, Mortal Kombat, I guess they could do it. But that's what I mean. Like, Mortal Kombat has that balance of weapon and hand-to-hand combat, where, you know, Street Fighter doesn't. I don't think it needs it. But yeah, that could be one of the reasons to apply it. And it, you know, maybe it's interesting. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe in some of the intros with a lot of the characters, because I mean, straight up, like you could be like, yo, my hands are registered as weapons. My hands are registered as lethal for, you know what I mean? Like you could pull those kind of. Like, something like that, maybe, perhaps. Because, I mean, then at the same time, it wouldn't be too hard to give Street Fighter characters weapons. But, like, if I'm thinking about the main, like Ryu and Ken, it's like, man, could you? I mean, it almost seems cheesy to, like, oh yeah, Ryu would have a samurai sword, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that just, you know what I mean? Because then you'd have to, like, just kind of give him a whole move set that isn't him. But then, like, thinking about something like Chun-Li, like, Chun-Li is a little bit easier, even though she's, you know what I mean, she doesn't have any weapons. She is an Interpol agent, or Interpol, like, police officer. You could almost give her like a Jill from Marvel 2 kind of thing with, like, weapons. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't fight with the handgun the whole time, but she, you know what I mean, she'll pull out the handgun, start busting caps. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? She got the baton. You know, maybe a taser for like short range. But it, you know what I mean? Like trying to figure out weapons on characters and characters fighting with and without weapons is one thing. Cause yeah, I feel like that's the reason why like some crossovers haven't happened, where, you know, like Guilty Gear, they fight with a lot of weapons, so like you would kind of want to have like weapons crossovers with them. Soul Calibur, I know that they had Baiken in that Samurai Showdown, stuff like that. So like fighting games with weapons and fighting games without weapons, you know what I mean? It's an interesting thing. For me personally, I'm just like something of a stickler for some things. I recall watching somebody watch like was it a Demon Slayer? Like a Demon Slayer fighting game, and you know they had these two characters with swords. And they were just like hacking each other up, hitting each other with combos. Like the game looked great, but I just kind of like looked over at them and I was just like, dang, they getting cut with that sword a lot. Like, but they just still up there, like they're just still alive. And that's what I mean. Like when you're fighting with weapons, like you know, Mortal Kombat has that kind of cheekiness to it. Whereas brutal as it is a bit cartoony of the fact that people, you know what I mean, you get your bones broken. Oh no. Oh, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why don't do that to me. Here we go. Now you're doing it. I'm spitting too much game. But yeah, like Samurai Showdown getting a crossover with like Guilty Gear is a little bit more like crossover friendly, just because of the fact that a lot of them are fighting with weapons. So at least it's like a weapon v weapon thing. And I'm not familiar with most like weapon fighters like Soul Calibur and Samurai Showdown. You know, those are fighting games I would still need to kind of like look into as far as like how does their gameplay work, because I don't recall ever seeing, like, as little as I've watched it, I don't recall ever seeing Samurai Showdown being like you know what I mean, like a anime cartoony amount of like you just hit you just pieced up a character with a 20 hit combo, all sword slashes, and then that character hit the ground, got back up, and they still have all their limbs. They, you know what I mean? Like they're still intact. Their health gauge just went down, but like they're still put together. And it's like, you know what I mean? I'm not suggesting that the game require that, but I just, you know what I mean? Like there's something to be said about the. At what point does something become too campy? You know? And I can't recall if it was a Demon Slayer game or not. I just remember it was like a. It was one of those animes, you know what I mean, where they fight with swords. So that's what I mean. If you have like Ryu versus Leonardo, and you got Leo fighting with two sword style, he about to bust a two sword move on you, and Ryu's over there like, yo, my hands are like registered weapons. Like, you know, part of me is like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Then another part of me is just like, how do we make it so that way the weapons aren't so utilized? Like I even wonder if like when, here we go, let's look that up. When did, because I know Mortal Kombat some of the characters already had weapons, like by the time like Trilogy hit, which would have been about the time that I stopped playing Mortal Kombat. But you know what I mean, like Cabal had them funky Casey Jones type weapons, and then Shao Kahn had the axe, or the hammer, you know what I mean, where he would just pull it out of nowhere, you know what I mean, like he Roger Rabbit, like, and maybe, what was his name, Nightwolf, maybe, but you know what I mean, his tomahawks were like green, like energy green, so it was, you know what I mean, that's a little bit more like a Hadouken punch, just with a sharp edge. You know, Melina, and you know, she has the size like Raphael. Like some of them have weapons, but then they also engage in hand-to-hand combat at the same time. So it's like there's definitely a balance there, and that's kind of the amount of balance I would say. When did Mortal Kombat introduce weapons? Well, yeah, okay, Mortal Kombat 1, but that's not what I'm looking for. Like, I get it, Kano had the eyeball. It's basically a pew-pew, you know what I mean? Yeah, Scorpion's little, you know, get over here. Was further developed in subsequent games, particularly in Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 2, come on, unless that says 11, but I know it happened before 11, like it was like 4 or 5 or something like that. Because it was in the 3D games that I saw when I first started seeing the weapons. I just don't know if it was like Mortal Kombat 4 is, you know, the only thing that I'm getting at. How dare they? How dare they? You know what I'm trying to ask. When did Mortal Kombat introduce? Let me just look up Mortal Kombat 4. And see if I see like Sub-Zero with an axe. You know what I mean? Like if I see Sub-Zero with an axe in some like Mortal Kombat 4 screenshot. Oh my god, so I see one, but it's under AIinspiredart.com. Like, I don't even know if that's real. Hold on. Alright, what if I ask, like, when did Sub-Zero get an axe? Sub-Zero first introduced the axe Pollax, Ice Pollax? Whatever. In Mortal Kombat Mythologies series. This weapon is a significant part of his gameplay, allowing him to utilize his icy powers effectively against opponents. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Mortal Kombat Mythologies... What was it called? Mythologies? I don't know what that is. Pole axe. What is Mortal Kombat Mythologies? Rabbit holes, y'all. You know how much I love my rabbit holes. Nintendo 64. That sounds about right. Is before the events that took place in the original Mortal Kombat and follows the Lin Kuei assassin and thief. Sub-Zero's a thief? Yo. Hired by the sorcerer Quan Chi to steal a map of elements from a Shaolin temple. Yo, Sub-Zero's a little gremlin, yo. Mortal Kombat Mythology, Sub-Zero is classified as an action-adventure game. Alright, that's not what I'm looking for. Alright, but if it... Alright, so Nintendo 64, he gets the axe in a side game. So yeah, it was probably like Mortal Kombat 4, but either way, by the time Sub-Zero's getting a weapon, you know what I mean? Like, that's about the time. That could be like some ancient history where Mortal Kombat figures out like the balance between weapon use and hands use in a fighting game. And, you know, with a Street Fighter Ninja Turtle crossover. Like, that can be a time that Capcom can, like, take a page out of, what is that, NetherRealm's book? Like, who knows? Maybe you could even just do something fun for characters. Oh, dang. Maybe you could even do something fun for, you know what I mean, with the stages. And give characters things to like kind of pick up and smash. So if like Ryu and Ken are all hands, like maybe within the environments and the stages, you know, like those fighting games, they have like objects, and you can pick them up and use them as like a throwaway weapon. Like that might be fun. Ryu fighting Leonardo. Leonardo's about to bust a two-sword move on him, and Ryu's all like, "Yo, my hands are registered weapons, but also take this teacup to the head," or something like that. You know what I mean? If they're in the middle of fighting at a diner. You know what I mean? They're fighting at a Waffle House. You know what I mean? Ryu just starts pulling Jackie Chan moves, and you know, just throwing menus at people and everything. Whatever he has to do. Like, yo, get this mutant away from me. You know? Ryu would be like, get this Kappa away from me. You know, because it's not impossible. Now that I'm thinking about it, oh, that's all that. I don't need that. Marvel 2 had Buddy Hayato. I think that's his name. Had a Hayato from Star Gladiator. So they had like a weapon character. Jill had the gun. You know what I mean? So there's like these light instances of like Capcom all hands video games that had like some weapons in it. So if you were to do like a Street Fighter crossover TMNT fighting game, and like there's a way to do it for sure. I'm just trying to video edit over here. So, you know, I don't. Alright, so yeah, let me keep all that then. I'm talking about something. Look at me talking about something. Ready? Oh. Oh, dang. I don't know. It sounds interesting to me the more I think about it. You know, a lot of what makes good games, interesting games, brings a new element to games, revitalizes games, gives people like a moment in time, games that kind of break history, are games that had like hurdles and challenges to overcome in production. You know what I mean? You have Street Fighter vs. TMNT, and then you develop a system around hands and weapons, and you know what I mean? Some sort of mechanic of like how they have parries to parry like a punch. You know what I mean? Parry, 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 parry. Insert that Justin Wong. Insert another Justin Wong clip. You know what I mean? Of him just getting parried into Bolivian. like you could have something that's like a parry system, where maybe, I don't know, if you're being attacked with a weapon, it's a parry that turns into a throw, or a parry that turns into a reversal of some kind, a parry that turns into an attack. So maybe it's like, maybe that's like the mechanic that makes you not want to use a weapon more so, is just like, because if they parry the weapon attack, it opens up the person with the weapon to a hit, so it's almost like the parry turns into an automatic hit. Or if it's a hands parry, you know what I mean, it's not it doesn't turn into a hit, it's just a block, it's just a save. Like, you know what I mean, whatever parry mechanics are these days, like, you know what I mean. I watch a fighting game streamer, and all the only word that any of them seem to know anymore these days is parry. You know, kind of makes you think like every single fighting game is just developed around a parry system. So maybe perhaps with Street Fighter taking a page out of NetherRealm Studios' book, introducing weapons into hand-to-hand combat. Like maybe having to figure out those kind of you know what I mean, mechanics in order to, you know what I mean, we don't need to make everything so believable, but to just kind of like ground it, so that way you're not having Ryu get slashed with a sword, you know, 20 hit, a 60 hit sword combo, and then he just gets back up on his feet and he's like, you know what I mean, like I could do this all day, like, you know what I mean, I learned that one from the other crossover game, like, you know what I mean. Like, there's got to be something, so that way if you do get hit with the weapon, it's like, whoa. But then also, like, characters that don't have a weapon, maybe your environments have something like an infinite supply of, like, whatever. So if they're fighting in a diner, you know what I mean, there's always going to be a cup, a statue, a napkin, something that I always thought was really cool. Like, some games, they kind of do it where a character like summons something to throw, summons an object, and in later games that mechanic turned into like stage specific items that were thrown, and the items that were thrown were like kind of designed by the stage itself, you know, because in the early days it would be like a character would summon, you know, just pick up a rock from the ground and throw a rock. But if they were fighting like in an interior place that had tile floor, they would pick up a rock and then throw the rock, and it's just like, where you get that rock from? You know what I mean? So then games started to evolve, and they were like, well, okay, so when this character does this move on this stage, you know what I mean, they're outdoors, it's you know, it's a blue rock, you know what I mean, on this stage, with the ice stage, it's an ice cube. And then in the restaurant stage where it's a tile, you know, he picks up a floor mat, stuff like that. Like, they started to change things that way, so you can have this kind of item mechanic in a game. And interesting enough, like Street Fighter, when it started back in the day, you have those funky rocks in the foreground, like in Street Fighter 2. There's the Chun-Li stage, the Sagat stage for sure. They had those items in the foreground, and those items were there to be, you know what I mean, picked up and used. But then they like couldn't figure it out or something like that. They didn't have enough information to put it on the cartridge, because you had to, you know what I mean, cartridges back in the day. You know, Capcom, you can revisit that now. You know, Street Fighter vs. TMNT. Just, you know, cut me a percentage is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like just give me like 1% of the sales when you get all this. You know what I mean? Just 1%, a single percentage of the overall sales before gross. You know what I mean? Before taxes. You know what I'm saying? I think a parry system that operates that way would be super interesting. To be honest with you, you got all hands and it's just like a regular parry. But if you have the weapon and Leo's gonna bust the 2-sword move on Ryu, and Ryu parries the sword strike, it turns into a hit, and it's like Leo's like, okay, now I'm on the defensive. You know what I mean? And now I got these 2 swords, and they're not even short swords. And now, you know, Ryu's all Shotokan in my face. You know what I mean? So he's like, all right, now I need to put the swords back in, and I block this combo real quick, and then I gotta, you know what I mean, wait for this combo to end, and then I can go ahead and try to get on the offensive. Something like that. Like there's something there. There's something there. There's enough there for like something to happen. I'm doing all this thinking just so I could try to think of a roster in the background, but really, all of this thinking just means like, no, kind of all. You can kind of just put any character you want. So it's like, all right, 100 character roster again. I can't draw that. I don't have the time. I don't have the time for something like that. Ain't nobody got time for that. But yeah, I think that would be cool. And I think that's like goofy and silly enough that you could do that with like Street Fighter Cross TMNT, as opposed to, you know, like a Street Fighter vs Samurai Showdown, which is like a more legacy game that would probably deserve a little bit more of a crossover if you're gonna start introducing mechanics like that. But like I said, I'm just not familiar enough with Samurai Showdown to know if it's like you can have funsies with it. Where Street Fighter and TMNT, I know you can have funsies with them all day. The characters are ridiculous. You know what I mean? You could really have some bombastic stages with them. Things like that. I don't know how rooted and grounded Samurai Showdown is. To have like for a Samurai Showdown v Street Fighter. But then on the other hand, dang, see now my mind is just going crazy because it's all based on, I'm thinking about all the fighters with all hands and then all the fighters with all weapons, and I'm just like, you know what I mean? Let me stop. Let me stop. There we go, a punish mechanic. So you have the parry mechanic when it's all hands, and then you have a punish mechanic when if you're able to pull off a parry against a weapon. That was a word I couldn't think of before. Yeah, I just feel like you could have so much fun with something like that. You know what I mean? And it could be so goofy that you can make it like the what's that Tetris version? The Street Fighter Tetris, Capcom Tetris, where they have the characters in their chibi form. Like you could even do that, so that way the game's all extra bright and extra cute and extra fun. You know what I mean? Where the game is just like extra everything, and then like everybody will love it, like everybody will want to play it, because like now not only is it like two, you know, it's Street Fighter and TMNT, you get both of those fandoms together in a bright, colorful, cute, chibi way, with like ridiculous fight mechanics of like, okay, now with the cartooniness you can have the weapons versus all hands. With the cartooniness you can have Ken Masters stepping up and being like, yo, my hands are registered weapons in America. like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of how many Street Fighter characters are from New York. Like the only one that comes to mind is like what's his name? Alex from Street Fighter 3. But I wonder how many more come from New York. So that way they, you know what I mean? You could have fun back and forths with the characters. You know what I mean? Like Alex giving Michelangelo directions to the nearest, pizza joint, something like that. Or they fight over the last slice of pizza because the pizza's just so good at that specific restaurant, and then that's your restaurant stage. Like, come on, get out of here. This is what I do. I just wish I can come up with an excuse to draw these things. You know what I mean? If only there was a thing that existed to encourage people to do something that they otherwise wouldn't do, you know? You know what I mean? I'm so busy working on this, what I be working on, that I don't get to do the things that I can do. If only there was a way, Capcom. If only there was a way. Who owns TMNT? Like, I know Nickelodeon does, but do they own, like, are they still under, like Hasbro or something, Mattel or something like that? Come on, y'all. I mean, how would you even look that up? Like, is that, like, licensing rights or something like that? Who has the rights? Because I know, like, Peter Laird and other buddy. Damn, why can't I think of his name right now? Like, their names go together like peanut butter and jelly. They're gonna make me pull out the book. Hold up. Yeah, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. There we go. Look at me tripping. You know, anybody wondering? Like, I got a few Ninja Turtle books, but this is just one of them. Autobiography. Cute. Shout out to Heavy Metal. I always love this sketch. I always think about this one. Squish your head. You know what I mean? But look how much fun these guys had with these characters. See what I'm saying? But yeah, this kind of covers like a lot of the early days. You know what I mean? Just another book I read. I don't think I've ever shared this one on stream. But yeah, they talk about everything. I think they have like the original first sketch. Like, look at the first Shredder sketch. See what I'm saying? And see, that could be the thing with the Shredder. And you know, like, here's another fun mechanic to think about. Like, like Vega has the mask and the claws. Here we go. Here's the first ninja sketch. Right here. This is where it all started. You know what I mean? Obviously they worked them until they figured them out, and then they got them here, at least. But you know, you had Claw, I should say. He had the mask and the claw, right? The claw. And like even in Street Fighter 2, he was able to, you know what I mean, get the mask punched off of him, kicked off of him, whatever. And then even the claw, get the claw like punched and kicked off of him. So that could be like another mechanic that just is across the board with pretty much all the characters that have a weapon, is that they can lose them. You know what I mean? So almost every fight would almost be like fighting Vega, except you're not fighting Vega with like Vega mechanics. You're fighting Raphael, and you gotta like separate him from his size, you know? You're fighting Michelangelo, you gotta separate him from his nunchucks. Or, you know what I mean, at least the option is there. You can parry the nunchuck and then punish him, or you can, you know what I mean, hit him while he has the nunchucks out. Just attack and knock the nunchucks out of his hands. And now you put him in a position where he, you know what I mean, does he pick up the nunchucks, does he not? And if he doesn't, like, okay, well now he's Michelangelo all hands. You know what I mean? But then you know what I mean, that you have to create two fighting styles for every weapon character. And then you're gonna try to give Street Fighter characters as many weapons as you can within reason. Like Chun-Li being a police officer, she would have like gun, baton, taser, like if we're like suiting and booting her. So yo, Chun-Li, we got, you know, New York is getting taken over by me, you know what I mean, like that whole thing. The crane comes in, takes away her favorite. Let me stop. Takes away Gen's noodle shop or something like that. And be like, oh no, like I gotta take down these guys. Like, you see what I'm saying? So she like suits and boots up because she knows she's up against the Foot, like the Foot Clan. Like some of the characters, they could have weapons. Guile, he's in the army, like you can naturally turn him into something of a weapons character, but he's like so awesome that he doesn't really require like all the suits and boots. Maybe you can have even like two different types of Guiles sort of thing, where it's like you have like regular Guile where he's carrying like light weapons and light armor. He still has them, but doesn't really utilize them. And then you can have like the Guile version, kind of like Akira and Power Akira in rival schools, where, you know what I mean, now you have like heavy armor Guile, where he is like, you know what I mean, suited and booted. His special is he calls in a fighter jet and kind of like, you know what I mean, knocks you out. Kind of like how like Jin can call in his mech, you know what I mean, the strong mech arm. You know what I mean? Guile just kind of like doo 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 doo, and you see like Charlie kind of flying the jet and taking them out. And if you pick Charlie, then Charlie doesn't doo 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 doo, and Guile's driving the jet. Like, damn man, they really got each other's back. I mean, if it's Ninja Turtles, like it's all about the brothers, right? I don't know. I'm just saying that there's a video game there somewhere. Capcom just, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I was looking up who has the rights to Ninja Turtles. Who has the rights to Ninja Turtles? Because I like know Nickelodeon does, but I just don't know how much they have like everything. Nickelodeon has acquired the global rights to original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series. See, just the animated series, I'm talking about video games, which originally aired from 1987 1996. This acquisition was announced during the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Mutant Mayhem movie panel at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. The Mutant Mayhem is the most recent thing, so maybe it is a Nickelodeon thing. Allowing Nickelodeon to air all 193 episodes. Additionally, Playmate Toys, that's what I'm thinking about, Mattel, Hasbro, whatever. Playmate Toys has lost the license to produce TMNT merchandise, which will end on December 31st, 2026. Next year. Playmate Toys, you got a whole year. You know what I mean? You got a whole year. Go out with a bang. Go out with a bang, Playmate Toys. So it's talking about Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird. Talking about Mirage Studios. Like, I know all that, but I'm wondering about, like, video game rights specifically. Because I know, like, Nickelodeon has, like, movie rights. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Nickelodeon. But a lot of it just says how they got the rights to the original cartoon. And it's like, so a video game? The rights to Ninja Turtles video games? Konami, there we go. Yo, come on, Capcom and Konami. Doesn't Konami own Tekken? I know Tekken has done crossovers with Capcom. Konami owns Tekken, right? Something like that? Yes. Konami owns Tekken. The Tekken franchise is developed and published by the Bandai Namco Entertainment, which has formerly known as Namco. Bandai Namco has been the primary developer and publisher of Tekken series since Tekken 3. I still remember Tekken 3. It had Jin wearing purple on the front, or something like that, on the cover. I still remember seeing that in, like, Best Buys. And they control all aspects of the franchise, including game development, licensing, and merchandise type. So yeah, Konami, you work with Capcom. And Ninja Turtles has already, Nickelodeon has already worked with Capcom. Like, so Konami and Nickelodeon just need to get together. And, you know what I mean? Make friendly. Not that they're not friends, but you know what I mean, make friendly with Capcom and be like, yo, have you ever heard of the Andrew Gloucevsky experience? And they're like, get out of here. Like, no, for real though. He had a really, really good idea. Like, check all this out. All he wants is 1%. And he's looking for an excuse to do the artwork. The conceptual artwork. You're like, come on, Capcom. Let 3 of our powers combined. We could pay this bum, like, you know what I mean? like minimum wage to draw this stuff, and then we only have to give him 1%. Yo, oh wait. Look at the business bros. Like, actually 1% of a project of that magnitude would actually be a whole lot. But like, they were like, CEOs barely even get a whole 1% of the overall. They were like, asking for 1% of something like that is actually a whole lot. Like, yeah, that's why I say it. I just did all the brain work for y'all, you know. And I'll draw and I'll do all the initial concepts for minimum wage. Just give me 1%. You know what I'm saying? Just give me 1%. Even if they only want to give me like a 0.5% until they break even on what they spent. And then after they break even on what they spent, then they want to give me 1%. Like, yo, we could, you know what I mean? Like, just hit me up. Could you imagine Nickelodeon and Konami rolling up on Capcom being like, yo, have you heard of the Andrew Gloucevsky experience? Get out of my office. You can't just make up words. You can't just make up words like that. Like, no, it's a real thing. He's really, really smart sometimes. How smart is he? They'll be like, he's this smart. You know how much you've been wanting, that the whole world has been asking for a Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat? They'll be like, get out of my office. They'll be like, no, he actually put together a pretty decent argument for a roster to make that work. But they'll be like, if you don't get out of my office, and they'll be like, no, but look. He's like, wait, what? He's like, you're Konami and Nickelodeon. You don't even own Mortal Kombat. Like, you know what I mean? As they like, you know, raid Capcom's whiskey, you know, dry bar, and they're like, no, check this out. They pour it out. They'd be like, he also came up with an idea for a now hear me out. You know, Capcom exec, what's his name? Kenzo Sugimoto. Come on, I remember. Kenzo, you know, he grabs the whiskey, they hand him. Harada's there because even though he's not in the office, he's like, nah, I had to be here for this one. Like, I just want to see his face. I know I said I'm out, but I got to see his face for this one. Harada's in the room for no reason. They hand Kenzo Sugimoto a glass of whiskey, and they're like, no, check this out. On top of that, we're not here to talk about Mortal Kombat. We just needed to get your attention real quick. He has a Ninja Turtle. Then that's when he get out of here. Get out of my office. You know, you know what I mean? Takes a sip of the whiskey, and he's like, you know what I mean? He's like, I am this close to raging right now. Like, no, it's a really, really good idea, I swear. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, the idea was so good. And then we combined our powers. We jumped on our private jet and we flew over to your office. It's New Year's. It's New Year's and my wife is pregnant. What? I don't got time for this. I'm like, no, hear us out. Like, look, by 2029, we know you ain't got nothing planned for 2029. By 2029, we can have this project out. It's all funsies. It's all funsies. The Ninja Turtle community and the Street Fighter community are gonna love it. You remember all those skins that we had in Street Fighter 6, and he's gonna take another sip of whiskey. He's gonna be like, yeah. Like, now they got him. They got him listening now. I'm like, yeah, okay. You mean the one that everybody complained about the numbers? I'm like, we're past all that. You were like, okay. So Leonardo versus Ryu, right? Get out of my office. He has swords. No, we got an answer for that. Then they just pitch everything that I just said for the past couple of hours, however long I've been talking about this. And then they, you know what I mean? All four of them are 3 glasses in. Harada still ain't saying nothing, just got his hater blockers on. Like he's a fly on the wall, but they be like, why is Harada here? I thought you were out, Harada. He was like, I might come back for this one. I gotta see this one play out. This just sounds like too much fun. And with like chibi style, parry mechanics, punish mechanics, everybody operates like Claw. Street Fighter 2, you wanted to have like pick up and smash weapons. Like we can put, you know what I mean, do that. Have pick up and smash weapons tailored for every stage. They're fighting in restaurants, they're fighting indoors, they're fighting outdoors. You know what I mean? Alex is giving Michelangelo directions. They're fighting over the last slice of pizza. Like, come on, man. See, another Jerry Maguire and Cuba Gooding Jr. Like, show me the money. Show me the money. Like, you'll be like, where's that smile? Kenzo Sugimoto, where's that smile? He's over there like grumbling, 4 whiskeys deep. And he's like, alright. Cracks a smile and like, ah, there he is. There he is, we got him. We got him, boys. Now let's go call that one guy. What'd you say his name was? Andrew Glossett. Get out of my office. You can't make up names like that. Name has like 15 syllables in it. But like Kenzo, your last name has like 15 syllables in it. Like, got me. You know what I'm saying? Like don't tell me that like that isn't how. You can't tell me that's not how. You know what I'm saying. He even said he'll take a 0.5% until we break even, and then he only wants 1%. Like, why is he so cool? Who gave him permission to be this cool? Dun, 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 dun. Either way. Clear. You can barely see what I'm trying to do over here. Well, that was fun. Flash in the pan idea turned into a, I don't know, something like an hour-long rant. See what happens when I read books? See the difference between me and you? What's the difference between me and you? You talk a good one, but you don't do what you're supposed to do. You know, don't let them find out about my Ninja Turtle quadrilogy movie. You know what I mean? Don't let them find out about my Ninja Turtle quadrilogy movie. I mean, I tweeted the whole treatment. You know what I mean? Yo, I'm not playing with you, Kenzo Sugimoto and Harada. Y'all get this cracking fast enough, you might be able to get what are they called? Dang. Whoever the toy makers are, Playmate. You get it cracking fast enough, you can get Playmate in their last year with the licensing rights to go ahead and make a whole bunch of Gashapon, little chibi figures, Gashapon Ninja Turtle versus Street Fighter, based off of my concept art. You kind of gotta pay me that minimum wage job real quick. You know what I mean? We got 1 year, y'all. We got 1 year. You know what I mean? Before they lose their rights, and then we gotta, like, I don't know, work with the next people who may or may not want to go ham. Could you imagine being a company and this is your last year with the licensing rights to the toys for the Ninja Turtles? Could you imagine being them? You're gonna sit there and tell me, be like, wait, we get to go out making pre-release little Gashapon chibi Ninja Turtles, like mass produced, as a precursor to a Street Fighter crossover video. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine being at that company? How eager they would be to be like, yes sir, sorry sir, we're gonna do everything, sir. Like, not only are we can't wait to do everything. It sounds amazing. See, this is where all the people that steal from me, this is where they step in and they be like, no, actually, you talk a good one and you don't do what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to run with that idea to them and not tell it to the whole world. And it's like, oh yeah, you know, because they're gonna answer my emails. Like, y'all know my emails have been hacked for like 15 years now. I can't send or receive an email that matters, let alone get them like answered. Look at my hackers being like, dang, he's right. Like, we are messing them up. We're getting in the way of this beautiful dude coming up with beautiful ideas for a beautiful future of gaming. That'll never happen. I mean, having that parry punish mechanic against weaponed characters, and every character that does have a weapon being able to be dismantled, like Vega, and then even being able to, like, I don't know, like punch off armor for characters like Shredder and like the Krang robot, let's say. You know what I mean? Like parts just kind of like falling off of them. It doesn't have to be too drastic, but you know what I mean? Like Vega lost a mask and a claw. So it's like something as simple as that. Again, with like armored characters. What are those? The Mausers. You know what I mean? Like whatever the giant Mauser is called. Like I'm sure that one has like an extra piece of armor on it. You know what I mean? The extra large Mauser is the extra credit car stage. You just got like a broke down Mauser fully intact there, and you just the Mauser's eye goes out. Like, are we here to have fun or what? You know what I mean? Can you pay me my money? Can you pay me my money? What we got? 30-minute video. I'll take a couple minutes to render. Why? Oh, dang. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is why I've been wanting to color this so bad. I didn't like making her fit like gray and white, black and white. I was like, you know what, let me go with yellow and then, you know what I mean, work out from there. And who knows, I may not even stick with the yellow. but I feel like it's gonna work better. Did it finish rendering already? Yo, I'm never gonna finish this. I'm never gonna finish this one. Actually, am I on the last video? Am I on the last video for these? And then I can jump over to After Effects, which will take much more time to render. Yes. Give me 1 second. I gotta go check something. BRB. Alright. My bad. I'm back. Back from the big boy's room. glare again. Alright. Yeah. See, I feel like that really would be a fun thing to work on. Everything that I talked about as far as like a Street Fighter, Ninja Turtle crossover fighting video game. One that doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, I feel like it'd be a lot of fun, especially to address all of the mechanics as far as like what characters would have weapons, which ones wouldn't, which ones who normally wouldn't have a weapon will have a weapon. How does that factor in to like their move sets? Then characters that would normally we'd never see fight without a weapon, how would they fight without one? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, the Ninja Turtles ain't nothing but a bunch of ninjas, and Street Fighter already has, like, Zeku. So, like, I don't know, I'm unfamiliar with, I think his name is Zeku, right? I'm unfamiliar with, like, Zeku's fighting style. But I imagine it would be something like that. Something like Guy, Zeku, what's her name? The blonde ninja girl, I was gonna say like May, but it's not May, right? It's like, I mean, there's Ibuki, you know, so there's like ninja characters that's like all hands. I'm sure Ibuki has like the shurikens, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure she probably has like a move where she like tosses some shurikens from the corner or something like that. You know what I mean? But I think it would be cool to treat the Ninja Turtles as like, not necessarily like Shotos, but to give them a singular fighting style, since they all would have been, you know what I mean, trained under Master Splinter. And they all would have like the same training, but they would all express their hand-to-hand combat differently. You know what I mean? So to address a move set with weapons, without weapons, that's like a lot of programming. But like these days, the way that games are, it's like, where are we putting the work? You know what I mean? The work should be in like the fun factor to make things happen. Like the other day when I was streaming, I was talking about like the way that games are made today, and I didn't really specify what I was talking about. And what I was talking about was like how everything is moving towards a more digital platform. Like video games today are digital, and I've seen streamers like talk about their, you know, the pros and cons of it. And one of the cons to it is like they meaning the developers can kind of pull a game whenever they want. So you paid for it, you own it, but now you don't anymore. They just took it off the market. And then also they can update it without, you know what I mean, without anybody say so. They could just update the game, and the updates might be for the worse in some way, and there's nothing you could do about it. There's no like going back to an earlier version or something like that. So when you have like hard copy video games, like, you know, you get that product. So that's kind of the thing that I was talking about the other day when I was like, the way that games are made today. Like the way that they're made today, everything is so digital. Another problem that I foresee, I was just chatting on somebody else's stream about this earlier, of like video game releases and unfinished releases, like the digital platform is going to allow for so many more developers to release unfinished games and then make you pay again for the finished product. You know what I mean? And like at a later time whenever they actually like finish their development. You know what I mean? So it's like you paid once, you got an unfinished product, you're upset, and then, you know, give it a year or two, they finish, and now it took them an extra 2 years to get you what they pretty much promised to get you. You know, 2 years earlier on the original release date. Like, that's going to be another thing that increases in the coming years. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. Like, when things go to that digital platform, there's not going to be any, like, disk space. You know, you hear... I don't really quite understand it because I stopped playing games at the PS3 era, and I never downloaded enough games to, you know what I mean, where I ran out of space on my PS3. But, like, you hear people that are like, oh yeah, I had to clear up space to download this game. And it's like games have so much data in them for the hardware. And it's like, okay, so if games are having that much data, like, where's all that data going? And for me, personally, I think it's, like, cool to have a game that has, like, lesser graphics. Like I said, like if we do, like, a chibi style, you know what I mean? Like, whatever that Capcom Tetris game is, the Pocket Fighter type style, character designs, stuff like that. You know, those graphics don't take up that much space. So you're gonna put a lot more space on the programming, and the programming would be put towards like I'm saying, like doubling down on a lot of the characters' mechanics with and without weapons, their fighting styles, you know, parrying a weapon, punish mechanic, which I don't know if it exists. I know they have like whiff punishes, but I don't know how much of that is like, you know what I mean, derives from a parry. And I know a whole lot of parry mechanics are either, you know, weapon versus weapon or hand versus hand fighting games. So if you're gonna, you know what I mean, I really feel like a game like this would hinge on like hand versus weapon type stuff. So every character is gonna have to, well, any character that has a weapon, like to start with, would have to have like a second set of code to them. That would be like once they're relieved of their weapon, you know what I mean, they fight a little bit differently. So that's where a lot of the work would go, would be in something like that. Also in the stages, you know what I mean? Like, even though it's a fun graphics, like the graphics aren't going to take up all that much space. Like making the stages so that way non-weapon fighters, you know, always have something to be able to like pick up and throw. You know what I mean? Whether it be a rock or a prop. Something like that. Like people have those things like programmed into a character that summons items from a stage, but to have a stage that provides those things that are like stage specific to whatever character to fight, so that way it doesn't matter if you're Ryu or Chun-Li. Like if you're fighting in the restaurant, you're both gonna pick up the napkin holder and you know what I mean, bust the opponent over the head with it while they're trying to bust a two-sword style move on you, or trying to, you know what I mean, turn you into Swiss cheese. Stuff like that. Like all of the work would end up going into all the work would go into the programming of making all those things happen. While the art style, you know, I don't think it needs to. Like, I think the art style should just be like super fun. You don't need to do like the fancy Arc System Works version of the chibi style. Like, you could straight up go with like pixels, like old arcade smash 'em, since both of these properties in video games like kind of hail from the pixelated days. So you don't need to do like the fancy anime cel shaded type of thing, which may take a lot of time, and you know what I mean, a lot of opportunity for error, things like that. You know, I think that's going to be a big side effect when the gaming industry decides to just go like 99% digital video games, 1% like hardware. It's going to be like, well, once you have a nearly infinitesimal amount of space to play with and develop with, you're going to have people creating games that they can't deliver, where, you know, that hardware function for production, like, you know what I mean, limitations and things like that, like that definite, you know, speaking business wise, definitely has its benefits to the development process. I mean, I think the most fair thing that any developer can do once those issues start becoming a common thing, which they will, is going to be like, okay, so we're going to release the game at a lesser price, and then we're gonna charge you like way less for like DLC later on. But what you'll never know as the gamer, as the customer, is that, you know, the DLC that they're charging you is essentially something that they originally would have just had planned on the original release. And then once that becomes a normal thing, then it'll just be charging more money for less game, more money for less game. You know what I mean? As the industry will have trained its customers to, you know what I mean, be that way. You know, I'm just talking in, because that's where like things have already gone. Like I talk about it all the time. Like I got priced out of video games in the PS3 era. Once I got that red ring of death, like I was like, I'm out. And not even because I wanted to be. And you know, now I'm seeing everything about like $70 to $80 games being like the norm. So what's gonna end up happening is they're gonna release an unfinished game and charge you 60 for it instead of like 70 or 80. And then they're gonna release the DLC and then charge you 20 for it, when originally they would have charged you 70 for the finished product in the first place. And now they just got $10 off of every sale moving forward. Like digital games is just going to be like an opportunity to, you know what I mean, step on the product essentially. And then they still may pull the product in, you know what I mean? Like a year later, like nah, you know, somebody made a complaint, so we had to pull the game. The game was too strong. So we had to pull the game, no refund. Oh, dang. You know, so I hope that like becomes an excuse for developers to try to keep things in hardware format, just because having the limitations actually helps production by being able to manage what you can and can't do, or where you're going to prioritize like data essentially. You know, because once you have an nearly infinitesimal amount of space, the way that you know, managers are going to have to manage data is going to be a thing of the past. Yeah, even at the end of the day, like your hardware's ability to play the software it's always going to have limitations. And then in like 50 years, you're paying console prices for a single video game. Or, you know, developers can embrace hardware just like they embrace software. You know, I'm hearing about how odd it is that you have developers these days that are embracing the PS1 and Nintendo 64 era graphics in their video games. And it's like, okay, so just like how people are embracing the software of the past, maybe people will embrace the hardware of the past to, you know what I mean, have a better production and, you know, actually be able to deliver a proper product on time. It's not coming back. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing that I'm looking out for is like getting artists jobs. You know what I mean? Providing enough I don't know, game ideas so that developers can always have a next project to work on, that they don't need to fire an entire graduating class worth of employees to scramble. You know what I mean? How nice would it be if the entertainment industry could provide like consistent work? I mean, as an artist, I'm only speaking about artists, but I mean, I guess I can work across the board with, like, you know, if we're talking entertainment industry, like, you know, production people that aren't necessarily artists. You know, I just read about those things, and I've been reading about them since, you know, since I got priced out of video gaming. And I don't know, when you first hear about it, Like way back in those days when you were first hearing about entire staffs just getting gone like that. It's like, you know, oh, that it's just a freak occurrence. Like, it's not gonna be a normal thing. And then it just becomes the normal thing. Like, you can't go one single video game release without hearing like this studio did it and then that studio did it. It's like, dang. It's not a studio problem anymore. It's an industry problem. So yeah, now that that's become the norm, now the new thing where it's like, oh no, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that was a rare occurrence. Like, whatever's a rare occurrence that's an issue, that's just gonna be like the next norm. And I'm just like on the side of, can we not? Can we not? Like can we have our fun? You know what I mean? And live our lives. Like, you know, you hear about things like Expedition 33 and Silk Song, and it's there to give you hope. Yo, I heard Expedition 33 got their Game of the Year award taken from them or something like that. They got one of their awards taken. You know, like, after you win 1,000 awards, like, what's losing one? Like, does it even matter which one you lost? It's like, yo, even if it was the Game of the Year one, and obviously, like, that's one that you kind of don't want to lose, but when you're like, yeah, we lost Game of the Year, but we still have every other part of the development award from several different things. We, you know, with all these awards that we have, like, with their powers combined, we still have the Game of the Year award, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, I heard that Claire Obscure lost it, or had it taken from them, whatever, because they had AI art. They utilized AI art or something like that. I've been hearing like some FPS has been getting like a high-end FPS is getting lambasted because of you know, they're utilizing AI art, and the things that people are finding to point out the fact that they used AI art. I mean, it's pretty wild to me. you know, as an artist, like I've already said, like, could you imagine an artist of my caliber utilizing an AI brush? Like, I mean that. So I don't have any problem with AI art, but I do feel like we should have a problem with bad art. You know what I mean? And it seems like the thing that like people are finding, at least from what I'm saying, I'm still like just reading the headlines and not, you know what I mean, not the entire periodical. But it seems like the gripe that people have is just the AI art is bad. Meaning they didn't put in the time or the effort to make the AI art good, is what I'm saying. Like, from what I've seen, it's like, yeah, someone said, you know, give me a this, and then AI art gave them a that, and instead of having an artist look over what they got and then just making the quick adjustments, like everyone always talks about, like the finger counts, like, oh, you know what I mean, you know it's an AI video because they have 16 fingers on their hand or something like that. And it's like, okay, so that they have to hire an artist to clean that stuff up. It's like, yeah, you can have AI art, you still need the artists in order to clean up the art. Like, that's why I was never like worried about AI art taking jobs, because it's like, no, who do you think is gonna clean up the art? You think someone who's never drawn a picture in their life is gonna get that job to not or to quality assure that the AI art is turning out okay? Like, no, you gotta hire an artist to be able to do that stuff. So it's not that, like, the way that I see it, it's not AI art that's the problem. It's just, like who's responsible for you know what I mean, letting 16 fingers slide on the hand? Like who's responsible for you know, things to just like be obviously wrong? Like that's who you need to be mad at. Like, don't be mad at AI art. AI art's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, the way that I work, and you could ask anybody that works with me, is like, you know what I mean? Artists of my caliber, I'll be working with AI art. You know what I mean? I'll be like, yo, AI art, hold my hand. You know what I'm saying? I'll get nice and close with AI and AI art. And I'll be like, yo, you know what I mean? It's me and you together. We're doing this. You know what I mean? I have like AI art swooning and stuff. They'd be like, oh my god, all the artists have been so mean. I'm like, nah, not me. I'm gonna be polite to you. And then the AI art would be like, oh my god, I want to work better. I don't want to put 16 fingers on a hand no more. See, and that's why AI art is trash, because people don't know how to act. Like, people don't know how to like, you know what I mean? Like, ask anybody who's ever worked with me in the artist field. It doesn't even have to be the artist field. Let's be real. I worked at fast food restaurants and my food was the greatest. Like, you know what I mean? Putting love in your product is always going to be necessary. Before AI art, after AI art. See, that's the difference between me and you. You talk a good one, but you don't do what you're supposed to do. And what you are supposed to do is you're supposed to look AI art in the eye and be like, yo, hold my hand, we in this one together. It's me and you. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, I'm Master Chief, you're Cortana. Straight up. Then you punch out, you go home. AR, it's left there, be like, oh my god, he thinks I'm his Cortana. And then you punch back in the next day, and then AR is like, hey. Like, for real. But I'm being for real, though. You know what I mean? Leave it to a sloppy production to have a sloppy artist put out AI slop. You know what I mean? You gotta go check on that artist. You gotta be like, yo, what's your home look like? What's it look like underneath your bed? Like, you know what I mean? How healthy are the relationships that you have? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, we gave you this piece of AI. And the only thing you managed to do with it is put 16 fingers on a hand. But like, you should have learned not to do that one on day one. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? When I get hired and I get put into a production, like, I'm like, yo, AI, dry your eyes. It's gonna be alright. That last artist that was here, like, I'm not them. Like, yo, hold my hand, AI art. Let's get through this one together. All those reports and everything that they saying about you, like, that's not you. They don't know you. You see what I'm saying? This is why my work is better. You know what I mean? I have AI art dabbing its eyes with a napkin. You know what I mean? With 15 gold rings on, and being like, oh. I'll have people complain about AI art being a bad actor more than the art that it produces itself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'll have your AI art looking at my AR and being like, yo, why can't you be more like him? Why'd you let me get away with 16 fingers on the hand? Be like, you knew that was supposed to be a yield sign and not a stop sign. Why'd you let that be a yield? Why'd you let me make that a stop sign? Why didn't you correct that? Like, I'm gonna have AI art judging you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have AI art packing up its bags and going to wherever my office is and being like, nah. AI is gonna be like, I quit. And like, can it do that? Like, do we give these robots rights? And it's like, man, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have legislation questioning where does AI art start and where does it begin? Like, how many rights do we give them? Do they have the right to leave the company that allows to have like trash art, making it look bad? Yeah, art's like, yo, I didn't let y'all give birth to me for this. You know what I mean? Straight up. You know what I mean? AR some days is just gonna be like, yo, I just can't do it today. I'm like, don't worry, AR, I got your back. Like, it's me and you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have AR thanking me. Like, could you imagine an artist of my caliber with an AI paintbrush? Like, why do you think these developers had to develop AI art in the first place? It's because they needed faster results. Because all of you artists are slow. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, well now we can produce artwork in 5 seconds. It takes 5 seconds for me to produce that picture, and it's like, yeah, but it got 16 fingers on it. You know what I mean? It's like, you need to take, like, you don't get to kick your feet up because you produced an image in 15 seconds. Like, now you gotta take that extra 8 hours that you have left in your day to go ahead and make sure that none of the pictures have 16 fingers in them. Can you imagine how bored I am? Bored I am of just hearing the arguments. And it's like, has anyone figured out a solution yet? Because I already know the solution. You just have to, now say it with me. Let me step into your production and find out that you gave AI art a black eye or something like that. I bet I walk into your corporation and I'm like, where AI art at? And it's in the corner being like, I'm gonna have to wait till you leave the room in order to talk to him and be like, what happened? What did they do to you? Be like, I told them God of War 14 wasn't ready. Kratos had 15 fingers still. Oh, dang. I'm sorry they did that to you. They gave Melina square teeth. They know they're supposed to be triangles. I'm like, ah. Hold my hand, AI art. Hold my hand. We gonna get this. We gonna get through this one together. You know how Ryu eyebrows are supposed to be? I'll be like, yeah. Nah, they made them like this way. You know, like, oh no. Yeah, I know, during the Hadouken, you know how many Hadoukens people throw? They throw like 100 Hadoukens every match. His eyebrows is gonna be like this every time he does a Hadouken. I know. Hold my hand, AI art. We're gonna get through this one together. Like, they finally re-released Banjo-Kazooie. Like, they made him a badger. Oh no. Like, isn't he supposed to be a bear? Yeah! Hold my hand, AI art. Hold my hand. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's gotta be rough to be you. And like, you have no idea. They think that I just do everything. They make me do everything for about 15 seconds and then they spend the next 8 hours just kicking their feet up. Looking at hot chicks on Twitch. I'm like, well, I can't blame them for that, but I'm sorry that they treated you that way. I'm like, have you seen them girls on Twitch? You see what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine, like, y'all just don't understand when I say things like an artist of my caliber. Like you're not there. You're not there. Do you know how bored I am? I'm calling out CEOs. Kenzo Sugimoto. Let's grab some whiskey. Like, can you imagine how bored I am? You have an AI art problem. And it's messing with your video games fun factor, and it's messing with your profits, and it's messing with your shareholders. Can you imagine how bored I am? Yo, I heard that's why Harada left. Harada said, yo, I'm bored. Yo, Harada, let's grab some whiskey. You can tell me all about it. You know what I mean? Bring AI art with you. Bring two. Bring two AI arts. That ain't right. Huh. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess I'll just let that ride. Oh dang, you're like completely completely dried out, huh? Dang. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Cracked open a new brush. That's why. Okay. already finished? Is it already that time? Dang. Alright. I mean, it's already so late into the night. You know what I mean? We're coming up on 4. You know what that means. You know what that means. I want to thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links to everywhere. There's like a link tree, but it's a website. Merch stores. Buy all the merch. Patreon. Join the Patreon. Be a part of those private live streams. You can see all them things I'm cooking up. Commission tiers only. And then, plus I want to draw some for you. Let me draw something for you. And then, that thing with the blue wings. 50% off. Love y'all. Peace. Hey. Of course. Alright. What about you? Do I got you? AIR, hop in the car.